Well, well. Hello, everyone. Oof, I didn't realise that my intro had stopped, so I was just turning my fan on, and I was watching some rough animation that I'm working on. I didn't mean to show you this, but here you go. It's just the keyframes so far, so I need to in between this. But yeah, that's something rough. Hope you're all having a very pleasant, hold on, Monday. A very pleasant Monday. Just check my calendar here. Yeah, it is Monday. Excellent. I'm glad that I'm stopping you sleeping. Yeah, so I woke up and it was hot. And I thought, well, I need to do some work for the day. I really feel like just like playing a game or something. And so I thought, well, if you're going to play a game, why don't you instead live stream and get some work done? You know, it's a win-win situation, isn't it? Which art books do I recommend to draw in the retro style? Art books. I mean, for me, the number one gold standard art book that everyone looking to get into, like, you know, old anime style, or just like, holy shit, it's a really good art book, is Intron Depot by Masamune Shiro. I think everyone needs that in their collection. It's absolutely fantastic. It's mostly, it isn't really cell shading, it's just his you know, his acrylic painted works. But you've got Ghost in the Shell stuff, you've got Appleseed stuff in there, you've got Dominion Tank Police stuff in there. Like, it's just loads and loads and loads and loads of just like original art by him, and it's probably the best art book that I own. Probably the best art book that I own, I would say. Anyway, let's finish this off. We've been working on this for a few streams now, just adding layers of shading to it. She takes the torch out, and then she hits this door open switch. So we're almost done now, and then we can, you know, put the actual palette in. And so it's just a case of putting the shading on this bit here, and then on the arm here, and then this one will be done, and then maybe we will move on to this, where she's backing out of the room. So let's continue. Yeah, old equals good. Like, old doesn't always equal good, but in the case of anime, when it comes to artwork quality, yeah, old equals good usually. All right, let's do it. I think we'll go for a little bit and then do a coffee break maybe. Because I actually remembered to buy some coffee today. I literally just woke up about half an hour ago. Went to the shop, bought some decaf and a can of soup. I thought a can of soup will hold me off. Ate the soup. I don't know why I'm telling you all of this, chat, but I'm sure you're very interested. I ate my can of soup, and so that should keep me going for a few hours of streaming, I would think. You missed the name, hold on. Yeah, Intron Depot, there you go. I'll write it just in case. Oh, it was just vegetable soup. I was tempted by the chicken soup, but no, I felt like vegetable today. Oh, did you hear that? I think that'll be Rick messaging me on Gmail chat. If you want to know what secret things me and Rick were talking about, get ready. Get ready. Here comes the juice. We're talking about rhubarb and how delicious rhubarb is. Seriously though, I'm telling you, when it comes to summer, rhubarb and custard, you cannot beat it. You just can't beat it. That is such an English summer dessert, rhubarb and custard. Always used to have that at my grandma's house. How are my sound levels? Is everything sounding alright? You might be able to pick up via the microphone my music coming from the speakers, so I don't know if that's going to give us an echo effect. And I have turned a fan on, but I think it's so low you shouldn't hear it. We know we're officially in summer now. When you turn your fan on for the first time, that's when you know. Seems good. Yorkshire toffee. Don't know if I've ever had that. I'll tell you what else is good. Like, most things are just really good with custard. Jamaica ginger cake with custard. Oh, that's good. Chocolate pudding with custard, excellent, but Heinz decided that they would discontinue it. They used to do these big cans of chocolate pudding, supposed to serve 4 people. Yeah, right. I would just eat them to myself. Speaking of old anime, let's quickly go over to Twitter. Renato Rivera Ruska has alerted us all to Toy, one of my favourite one-off OVAs of all time, is finally getting a Blu-ray release in Japan. Look, here's the website. Ooh, I've never seen it in such crisp quality before. So, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Like, I really want it, but I kind of need English subtitles. So, I don't know if I want to buy it just purely in Japanese. For the channel, thank you, Space Monkey. I will put those $4.99 to good use. Probably buying coffee. Twitter. Come on, there's our alert. Thank you. How the hell? Look, so Twitter's obviously a hellhole of just depressing news and reactionary hate clicks. Just stuff to get you mad and click it. So I switched my feed to Japan. I said my location is Japan, so all of the what's happening stuff is in Japanese, so I don't have to read depressing stuff. But Huffington Post, I thought I'd be free from Huffington Post if I set my location to Japan, but no. Huffington Post Japan. Here's an article about an Asian girl getting really angry about microaggressions. And I'm like, this is what I switched to Japan to avoid. Like, I'm not interested in gender politics, and I'm not interested in culture wars. How the hell do you remove how do you remove stuff from the what's happening bar? I mean, I don't know. But anyway, let's get back to work, shall we? Thank you for that. That's €1 there, isn't it? That is €1. Thank you very much. Now, just as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that politics and stuff isn't important. I just, for my own mental health, don't want to be engaging with it, so I tried to curate my Twitter feed to get rid of that stuff. That's 10,000 rubles. There's 2 levels of Thundercats fans. There are Thundercats fans. This is the lowest level. Thundercats had a really good theme tune. However, the Chad tier Thundercats people are like, yeah, the Thundercats theme on the Commodore 64 was better than the cartoon intro. I'm in the Chad tier. That's the patrician take on the situation. It's getting more definition, isn't it, the ass? Bearing in mind, I have just woken up, even though it's what, like 5 PM? I was working late into the night, and I don't normally function properly before coffee. And it's a placebo because I've switched to decaf like months ago. Before Christmas I switched to decaf, so it's not the caffeine waking me up, I think it's just the placebo. But yeah, I'll get a coffee in a little bit, and should supercharge me hopefully. Do you think if you're because here's what happened to me. I was having a dream about some people on a yacht. That's all I remember. Some people were on a yacht, and then I got a call on my phone which woke me up out of the dream. So when you're dreaming, you're in rapid eye movement. Yeah, you're in the deepest state of a dream. You're in the deepest state of sleep, rather. So if you get plucked out of a dream, like straight out of REM, without having time to come out of it, does that, do you think, mess up? In short, are you really tired when you wake up because you didn't wake up properly? Because I got plenty of sleep, but I feel pretty tired. And I'm thinking maybe it's because I got rudely yanked out of my dream. That never happens normally. I normally just wake up gradually. Why, thank you! I'm glad you like my TIE Fighter film. As you can see, this is we're shading asses today, so a little bit different to TIE Fighter, but just as much shading as TIE Fighter. Yeah. The I mean, I'm not like a huge Thundercats fan or anything, but the 2011 series actually had an ongoing story, didn't it? Which was quite nice, and like any pleasant surprise, it was promptly cancelled. Waking dream is worse than waking from deep sleep. Oh right, okay. Yeah, well maybe that's why I felt so tired then. Gunsmith Cats? Got any advice for people aged 30 who want to start a career in art? I mean, just do it, I guess. I didn't start animation until really late, because there was when I was growing up, there were no options for like picking an animation class in school or anything. That was just something that you did if you somehow worked at an animation studio working on cells, like in America working at Disney or whatever. So there was no way to learn it when I was growing up. So I had to wait until the kind of 2000s until animation software for computers started becoming accessible and stuff. So I didn't start until really late, and I mean, I'm doing okay. I didn't start until really, really late in life, and I'm doing okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess the advice is just don't think it's too late, and just start doing it. It's probably the best time in human history to start animation because there are just so many resources out there. Like there's free animation programs now, and I mean, YouTube isn't always great, obviously, but there are tutorials for everything on YouTube. I taught myself Cinema 4D through YouTube. And I'm terrible at learning new stuff. I taught myself Cinema 4D through YouTube tutorials. I mean, you can copy my business model if you want, but I would definitely recommend learning the fundamentals of animation. I just started doing space battles and explosions, so I'm alright at those, but walk cycles, terrible. Hey look, Wiss is here again. Thank you for the $10. I mean, we've completely hit the goal, as you can see at the bottom. My sandwich funds are completely secured, so don't feel like you have to. But at the same time, I'm not gonna stop you if you want to shower me with cash. Did you ever make any flipbooks? I didn't. No, I never did flipbooks. Didn't you say your favourite manga was Gunsmith Cats? It's one of my favourites, I think. Yeah. I mean, I reckon my favourite is shit. What's my favourite manga? Oof. I mean, I've got a few, so I'm not sure. Orion's way up there by Shiro. I like Ghost in the Shell a lot. Battle Angel Alita's great. I really want to read all of Bastard one day because the art is just fantastic in that. The art starts is you follow a guy's you follow an artist's development looking at Bastard. Like, it starts off and it's just like, yeah, this is kind of generic. A guy has just learned to do manga pretty well, but you know, nothing out of the ordinary. And you know, 20 volumes in, holy shit, how did he look at this insane stuff he's doing now? Obviously Akira is I mean, you can't mention favourite manga without mentioning Akira. It's just a masterpiece. It's not challenging to do 3 layers of shading for every clip, but it is very time consuming. It is very time consuming. I do wonder sometimes watching, you know, like old Don Bluth animations, Land Before Time, Secret of Nim, that kind of stuff, where it's literally just flat color, no shading. I wonder sometimes how much faster that must be, but I mean, it's kind of what gives my art its charm, I guess. It's probably why people like it. I wouldn't be interested in doing just flat stuff. Like the whole reason that I animate is I want to get as good as those 80s and 90s OVAs that I used to watch. What's a good manga to start with if you're a manga noob? Give Battle Angel Alita a try, I would say. Yeah, give that one. That's one of the ones I started with, and I was just like, wow, this is great. Hold on, we need to fill that. We need to fill this socket. Yeah, Berserk has fantastic animation, fantastic artwork. It's another one where it starts off, it looks quite different at the start. Like, he improves a lot as he goes along, the artist. Nah, I've been avoiding anything Evangelion. I've been burned too many times with Eva. Anno's not gonna get me again. He got me once with the TV series, and you know, I don't regret it. I don't regret it because it looks fantastic. Evangelion looks fantastic. It's like and the end of Evangelion movie, it's like some of the peak of 2D animation maybe. So alright, I don't mind because it looked really good. I don't mind being completely trolled by the guy who's, it seems his express intention was just to piss off anime fans. But the joke's on Anno because I got a lot of good artwork out of it. But I'm not interested in shitty 3D Avas, you know. And the characters, they're drawn quite similar, aren't they? But they definitely don't have that same depth of shading, and it looks very digital, I guess is what I'm saying. It's kind of like, I guess I could compare it to The Simpsons, like the early Simpsons having a lot of charm and it just becoming a kind of horrible digital mess as it went on. I'm just not really interested in 3D Evangelion, Vector Lines Evangelion, to be honest. Because I'm not going to get anything out of the story, so the only reason would be for the arts. And I'm just, yeah. The art doesn't do anything for me. I'll just go back and watch Lodoss War again. My voice is so relaxing. Listening to a stream during online classes. Well, thank you. Thank you. Bloodlust is very good, isn't it? Very, very good. It's another one where, like, the art... hold on. The animation quality is fantastic. I do prefer the artwork to in the original Vampire Hunter D movie. But the animation is probably better in the newer one. So, for me, if you could have the art style of the 80s movie with the animation quality of the new one, that would be perfect. That would be perfect for me. I'll have to watch it again to you know, so it's fresh in my mind and I can give you a definitive answer maybe. Yeah, Arc System Works are doing the best 3D stuff that emulates the 2D style. Like the techniques that they've developed for cheating the shaders so that they actually follow anime lighting dynamics are quite impressive. I mean, you can still tell it's 3D, but I definitely appreciate the effort because it's looking very nice. It is looking very nice. Oof. It's getting warm in here. 27 degrees now. I'm gonna mist myself. Oh, oh yeah. Ah, missed me pappy. No problem. How much TVPaint runs? What, like how much does it cost, or? Would I? That's the thing though, with companies like Disney, they don't just approach you and go, here's some money, do whatever you want. Like they will have a script for you, and you obey or get fired. So I'm not sure I'd want to. I kind of like doing my own stuff. I like having no studio interference. How much does TVPaint cost? I'll look it up during the break. I think it's quite hefty actually. But I mean, it's really good. I'd definitely be lost without it. Cell shading on 3D models with your level of quality easier than doing it by hand. So what you mean, the way that I do it, coloring on top of the 3D models, is that easier than drawing the ships by hand and then coloring them? Because yeah, it's definitely easier, but the trade-off is it looks a bit too 3D for me. Like I would like, you know, in a perfect world, men like me would not exist. In a perfect world, I would just draw the ships. I would just hand animate them and everything would be great. But oh, it takes a long time hand animating really detailed spaceships. It takes a long time. To Catch a Predator. I don't know if, obviously I know about it and I've seen clips of it, but I'm not sure if we ever got it on TV over here. I don't know. I've seen a lot of clips and it always seemed quite good, but obviously he's kind of fallen on hard times, hasn't he, Chris Hansen, these days it seems. It's okay for me to do a YouTube live stream, but I think someone of Chris Hansen's stature shouldn't be resorting to to doing YouTube live streams for money. That's just like, damn, what happened? What happened? Hello, Sonatakai's here. But yeah, complex shapes that have to stay completely consistent, like vehicles. I can definitely see why they switched to doing them in 3D. I think it's a big shame. I think it is a big shame. Because they look so much better when drawn in 2D. I mean, just watch Venus Wars if you need an example. The vehicles in Venus Wars are so complicated and so detailed, and they're all just completely hand animated, and you just kind of, your jaw is just dropping the whole time. But so this shot, for instance, obviously doing the helmet would be quite tricky. So I designed the helmet and then I modeled it in 3D, and I just, so hold on. If you turn the helmet on, if you turn the helmet off, rather. See what I mean about coffee? I just say the exact opposite thing of what I mean. So here's the character. So I would render. I would export this out as a GIF. Drop that into Cinema 4D here, like so. So then I stick the helmet on top, match the movement. Thank you. Macros. Well, I mean, I do love macros. I don't think the VF4 gets enough love. I would love to animate a scene with the VF4 in it. But yeah, it's just finding the time, isn't it? It's just finding the time. But yeah, so I drop my 3D helmet in, I match it to the movement, then switch on sketch and tune, render it out as lines like that, except I render it out with the visor closed because all of this stuff inside is just too complicated. So I would close the visor like so. So then, you know, I've got much less stuff to erase. Then I just stick that on top, like so. Draw the top of the visor in by hand. Draw the little cushiony bits inside in by hand, and you know, it's you've saved yourself a bunch of time by using 3D in integrating it into the 2D, and it's not too noticeable. It's not too noticeable when you see the final animation. Oh. Does it create a timeline for every stroke? Right, so hold on, ignore all that. We'll open up a new project so it's easier. So it's, if you ever worked in Photoshop, it's exactly the same as Photoshop. You've got layers. You can make a new layer. You can make another new layer. Like, you make all the layers you want, and they stack vertically on top of each other. So anything well, you drag to make new frames, and you can turn the onion skin on so you can see previous frames. Excuse my oh, hold on, there we go. And yeah, every time you draw it will make a new one. And you can just keep going infinitely like that. Oh, hold on, we got camera on, haven't we? And so it just, so that's basically how it works. And say you wanted to color it, you'd make a new layer, drag it underneath, and then you can use your fill tool to drop colors in. Obviously this has gaps in it, so the gaps will go out everywhere. You'd have to close your gaps like so. Oh, there you go. And because it's underneath, it's like Photoshop, you know, that your lines are on top. So, and so then say you wanted to, that solid color, you'd make another layer, and you could put your shading on that layer, put it down a bit maybe. And so yeah, it's just, it looks complicated, but when you start doing it, it's just stretches to the right for frames of animation, and it stretches up and down for layers. It's basically, each one of these is like a transparent cell, and that's how it works. So the reason something like this is hard to follow is because I've been working on it for a while, and there's just loads of stuff has stacked up. And let's have a look at chat. Let's see what I missed. Is Mackie coming? No, Mackie has some family friends over. So Mackie is currently driving all over Atlanta and doing barbecues and karaoke's and stuff. yeah, let me have a look. Yeah, when hand drawing vehicles and ships and whatnot, yeah, you can do the stuff that the 3D won't do. Like, you can warp things deliberately, you can draw the motion blurs in and smears yourself. It's just, I don't know, it's just a lot nicer, isn't it? Yes, the program is TVPaint. Am I familiar with anthology films like Memories, Robot Carnival, and Neo Tokyo? Yes! Yeah, I'm surprised someone's seen Neo Tokyo. Robot Carnival wasn't available in the UK for years. I remember I really wanted to see it back in the VHS days. And when I finally got hold of a fan sub of it, I was not disappointed. Robot Carnival's fantastic. Yeah, Neo Tokyo is great. It has the Running Man short by Madhouse, doesn't it? It looks really nice. Yeah, there's no spline or linear interpolation, no. That's more of a Flash thing. Yeah, that's more of a vector thing. That's definitely an advantage of vectors, but it does, I guess, because I'm no vector expert, it does, maybe if you overuse it, it gives that kind of vector feel, if you know what I mean. Like, you watch an old anime and you know that everything was drawn by hand, frame by frame, and sometimes with these like vector auto-tweened animations, you're like, this looks kind of cheap. This looks like shortcuts were used. You know, not having a go at vector artists at all, because I've seen some absolutely incredible stuff. Like anything, it's not really about the tool, it's about how you use the tool. Everything's just tools, isn't it? When it's too clean, yeah. Like, I like seeing grain. I like seeing film grain. And I like, when you zoom in on the lines, I like seeing, you can see the ink stroke in the lines. And that kind of thing is kind of lost in vector, although it doesn't have to be. You could probably get a brush that... So, alright, for instance, my lines obviously, they're drawn digitally, so they don't look like they were drawn on a cell. But if I've got this thing here which I set up, effects, let's just put blur on for a moment. We'll get rid of it in a moment. Under presets, I've got like this cell ink scratch thing and post-processing for ink lines, and if I put it on, that's obviously way too much. I can mess up the lines a bit. Like, that's probably too much, but you know what I mean? It makes them look imperfect, and so then when you're looking at it at 100%, well, more like, it'll be more like this when you're actually watching it full size. It still looks a bit artificial, but it looks better than like the super clean lines, I guess. I mean, obviously you'd have to maybe make it look a little bit, maybe something like that. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I'll apply at the end when I've done all the colouring and stuff. Yeah, that's I think that's kind of the Toon Boom problem, really, isn't it? But I mean, at the same time, they're trying. It's all about your mission statement, isn't it? What is your goal when going into it? These big studios, their goal is to make an animated show in a timely manner, looking hopefully good. Their priorities aren't, we really like 90s and 80s anime and we want it to look like 90s and 80s anime. Like, if that was the studio's priority and it came down from the top of Disney and they were like, this is what you must do, then, you know, they'd put millions into into researching techniques to do that. It's just no one's really interested in doing that. But it's okay, chat, I'll do it. Don't worry, I'll do it. Well, I'll try. Can you run the animation? So yeah. If anyone wants to see the animation, just let me know and I will press play for you. I get a bit carried away, and sometimes it's like two hours before I've actually played the animation. So I don't know if in the final shot I will add a shadow on the door as well, because we would probably have a shadow being cast from the lights over. I mean, also we got a light over here, but also it would help show that our hand gets closer to the actual light panel if we had a shadow. So I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Oh, thank you. Glad you like it. This isn't the actual color palette. This is just I do my shading in not grayscale but monotone, and then I'll add the colors later. Just find it's easier to do it this way. All right. Oh. So when you see something like this here, that means that I've held that frame for 3 frames, because everything is the same. So I don't want to just do it 3 times when I can do it once, if that makes sense. So that's what these weird like gaps look like in the timeline down here. So that's a hold for 2 there. Oh. Mackie's here! How's it going over there? How's it going? Have you been into town yet? Have you taken Obi for a ride in the car? I'll play Pulsar, alright? I'll play it. The name of this character is Ashlyn. She probably has a first name, but I don't know what it is. We haven't thought about it. You never hear it in the film, so I never bothered. I see. Have you had breakfast? Did you have breakfast today, Mackie? Amigo! Ashlyn, yeah. So I don't know if this is the thing that other people have who like make stories, whether you write them or you're doing a script for an animated film or whatever. It comes a time when you need to name characters, and I've always been super cringy and embarrassed about giving names to characters, because it's like, oh, I'll just think of something off the top of my head, and it always sounds like a cringy made up name. Like, I'll just call this guy John, and it just doesn't seem to work for me. I don't know how people like, you know, big writers like Clive Barker and Stephen King do it. So what I started doing, so that I wouldn't cringe at my own, this is a pro tip for you, chat. Listen carefully. So I wouldn't cringe at my own shitty names that I've come up with. I'd just like, I'd look at, say, video games, animation, music, whatever, and you just take the first names and last names of singers that you like or directors that you like and just mix and match them. And you've got character names, and they're not cringy at all because they're real names. They're real names. So I'll just like mix up some of the members of Megadeth, and you'll have like, I don't know, Dave Ellefson or like Marty Mustaine, and you got your character names. Stephen Cameron, James Spielberg. No, ask all the questions you like. Did you draw it all yourself, meaning pure invention, just a storyboard maybe, or did you use a shot and then draw on it? Lars Hetfield, yeah, you see you've got it. Yeah, so I don't really storyboard, and I should do, but I did do an animatic. I did do an animatic for this film first. Let me see, hold on. Give me a moment, I'll see if I can actually find the animatic of this shot, if it isn't too terrible. I don't like showing people my animatics because they're only supposed to be, you know, seen by pre-production staff, so that they're obviously shit, and I know that people would look at them and go, yeah, this is an animatic, so obviously it's going to look shit, we won't hold it against you. But I hate showing people unfinished stuff. I hate it. It's just a thing that I've always had. One moment. Yeah, alright, so here's the animatic for this sequence, although some of it's actually finished. Like, that's a finished shot. And that's a finished shot, but the one coming up is the one we're working on now. So that's it for your animatic there. That's a finished shot. That's just roughest of keyframes there. That's a finished shot. And I won't show you any more because you'll get spoiled. Yeah, an animatic is basically that. It's like, it's a really rough animation just so you can get the timing down and stuff. For example, my name is Andrew. In English, Andrew comes from the word Andros, which means mainly a brave. The character is brave. Right, I see. So you actually, yeah. I mean, we called this character Ashlyn because she wakes up and she's really sleepy. And I was like, so I looked at some of those what the names mean websites, and apparently that was kind of, it has a sleepy tone to it. So I thought, oh, okay, I'll be a little bit creative with this one. I won't just call her, I don't know, think of two actresses and just combine the name. And I think that's the shading on the body completely done, so we just need to do the hand. Let's have a look, see if I missed anything. No. Alright, yeah, we'll do the arm and the hand next, but Fatum McJiggles, you see, that is the way of naming characters there. There you go. But yeah, alright, it's coffee break time. I'm going to get some coffee in me. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes when our program continues.
A very special cup of coffee. A new standard in richness. A new standard in pureness. Blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard. Only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad.
You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served to me all week. Who's up for doubles?
Yeah!
The best days are Nescafe days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞はで
私はあなたが好き。
Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folgers starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょうかね。美味しいコーヒーができましたよ。
I only showed you that to remind you you desperately need your fix.
男の温度が上がった。飲んで飲んでまた飲みたい。缶入りコーヒーウエスト。
Go West.
ボス、私のそばにい てねボス決して私見捨てないでお願い Boss I can't live without you Boss I can't live without you
Boss いつもそばにいてね Boss do 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 do. It may have been. It may have been. Boss. Well, I'm glad. I got you $5 worth of hot and bothered. I'm very glad. Thanks. It's so much faster. Coffee's so much faster than tea, isn't it? Just so much quicker. You put the tea bag in and you have to just stand there thinking about stuff. You can't just put it in, put the water in and then take the tea bag out. But coffee? Ooh. Hold on a sec. Let me open up my anime reference folder. I really need to update some of these. I've been collecting references for years, so a lot of them are in GIF format. And they really could do with being in like high quality web MP4. Anyway, let's have a look at, we're talking about hand-drawn spaceships earlier. So here's a shot from the Bebop movie. I mean, at this point, you just don't need 3D, do you? This is all 2D hand-drawn. If you're good enough at your craft, you don't need 3D. It's just that 3D would have made it a lot easier. But you get stuff like, I mean, look at that when it goes past the camera. It's just like manually drawing in those smears and airbrushing in a bit of black paint. It's just so nice. It's just so damn good. Absolute madness. There's just something about, you know, having complete control over every single rock and pebble that appears on screen. It's just something about that's I miss it. I miss it a lot. I miss it a lot, and that was, you know, super high frames. See if we got anything else here. Got all kinds of stuff in here. Background animation. There's some good gunsmith cats there. Again though, this one really needs. I want this in high quality. This is the kind of shot that before I was studying animation and stuff, I would have thought nothing of a shot like this. But you look at it now and it's like, imagine you've just got a white page, because this is Gunsmith Cat, so this was all done on paper and cells. So you just got a white page and somehow you have to think in your head of how this road is going to twist, which is hard enough, but it's also got other vehicles moving on it. They all have to move in perspective and at the correct speed. These signs have to be coming towards the camera at like the right speed. Like, background animation is madness to me. It's some of the highest level animation you can do, background animation, and it's one of those things where if you do it right, nobody even really notices. I think it's probably the most underrated aspect of animation, background animation. I mean, oh, it looks good. It looks good. Anyway, let's get back to it. Do English proper people use hot milk? Hot milk? No, I just put cold milk in my coffee. How do you make the blurry effect? Do you know, that is one of the things... That is one of the things that I've always wondered about and I still don't know. How did they put a blur effect on a cell? I mean, nowadays you could probably just stick a plug-in or something. I've never had cause to use it myself. You could just do a plug-in for TVPaint maybe that would give you that blur effect, but yeah, that heat haze that you see in anime, in 80s anime a lot, I wonder how they did it. Yeah, that's... So I would cheat today and just make a 3D scene and paint over it layer by layer. Yeah. So, again, I'll go switch to here for a moment. And that's pretty much exactly what I did. Let me find it for you, and you can tell me what you think. Storyboard. Would it be here? Talk amongst yourselves. Alright, so I love background animation and I always want to try and recreate it. So here's some shots that I was doing for Street Fighter. And it's, I mean, yeah, it's basically the same thing I do for the spaceships. It's 3D rendered out as lines and then it's hand colored. But because I'm you know hand coloring it, and you can do all these smears and stuff on the wall, on the floor, and then you add details on top, like I didn't render out these triangles or road details or anything, so you can still, I mean, it still looks too perfect to be hand drawn. Like your brain goes, yeah, that's probably 3D, but I mean, it does. I'm pretty happy with it. And let's go back. So that's something a little bit more ambitious here when they drive out of the tunnel. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how that came out, actually. It looks alright. But yeah, so basically what you said is exactly what I do for shots like that. It's an analog solution. Yeah, maybe. Is the mat also composed of 3D paint over? Yeah, it's a flat plane with a big painting on. I just kind of move it slowly towards the camera. Or rather move the camera slowly towards it. Really low-tech solutions. That's what I like. I like really low-tech solutions. Oh yeah, a nice driving loop, yeah. Hold on a sec, let's see. Let's just see, shall we? Let's just see. Alright, OtaKing folder. Large icons. Yes. Yes. So exactly the same thing for a shot like this. Where? Hold on, I think it's Control 0, isn't it? There we go. So that's the complete animation, but you can just loop it infinitely. And again, the corridor was made in 3D. I just hand shaded everything and hand animated the lights going around. And again, it's kind of too perfect, so your brain probably goes, yeah, that's probably 3D. I don't think anyone would have hand animated that. But I mean, it's a good halfway point between drawing everything yourself and just using a 3D model and sticking 3D textures on it. Like, yeah. Oh, indeed, yeah. Low-tech solutions. I'm glad that you appreciate it. According to my graphic equalizer here, I think you might be hearing it. Can you hear the water in the cupboard? So I'm in the attic. My room is the attic room. And basically when people use the sink and stuff, the water pumps from up here, it seems. I've got a cupboard with like a bunch of... It sounds like a stream running through it sometimes. I don't know if you can hear that. I find it quite comfy, but it's not very professional when I'm streaming, is it? It's nice having the sound of a countryside brook running through your room in the summer. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rocket. Indeed, yes, another stream has begun. I didn't think we were going to do anything too exciting, so I didn't advertise this one. It was just a surprise stream. Excellent. That's the plan. Get people hooked on these streams. Get my HoloLive partnership. Get Galgura guesting on my streams. Get that sweet Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Start feuding with some other YouTubers for fake drama. Damn, that Eckhart's Ladder. I hate Eckhart's Ladder. He doesn't know anything about Star Wars. You see, I'm doing it. And then hopefully he'll make a rebuttal. I can't believe what OtaKing said about me. What bullshit. I know loads about Star Wars. What is he talking about? Hello, Mishka. No, I don't mind. I don't mind sharing my work process at all. It's definitely, there aren't really any patented secrets or anything to it. It's just really time-consuming. Is the main secret. It's just lo-fi solutions and a hell of a lot of time. So I guess really the secret is Patreon, because I need to work on it for ridiculous amounts of time, which I can only do because Patreon is paying the bills. With a little help from viewers like you. Yeah, that's a good idea actually. I mean, I do like doing, you know, kind of fake Laserdisc covers and stuff like I did for the RoboCop postcard. Maybe, yeah. I'm glad you like the sound of my voice. I don't. Like, I mean, it sounds fine to me now. Like most people. It sounds fine when you're talking, but then you hear it played back and it just sounds high-pitched and whiny. Extremely whiny. The Bob Ross of animation streaming. Well, you know, there are no mistakes, only happy accidents. That was a mistake. Did I like or watch the OG Star Wars Clone Wars micro series? Still think that is the gold standard of Star Wars. Yeah, I did. I liked it a lot, actually. I think his style is very good for that kind of thing. And thanks for the 10 buckaroonies. Yeah, I mean, I would have. I remember at the time when they said, "Yeah, we're going to do more of that Clone Wars series," and everyone was yay. And then they said it's going to be 3D. And everyone was like, oh, okay. Fortunately, the 3D turned out okay. I mean, it was a bit rough at the start, wasn't it? But it definitely improved over time. Those last few episodes of Clone Wars, the 3D one, look about 15 times better than when it started. Betamax, yes, I'm going to be switching as soon as I can to it. Yeah, it's like it's bone conduction, isn't it, through your skull and whatnot when you hear your own voice. So it always sounds different to how other people hear it. Fake accent from growing up in 2 continents. People ask me sometimes what region of England my accent is, and I don't even really know. I mean, it's just a mix of all kinds of things. It does change slightly when I go home. I don't talk as received pronunciation as I do now. I slip into a bit more Lincoln kind of Yorkshire when I go home. But I don't go home very often because all of the computers there are shit and I can't do any work. But definitely for Christmas. I wouldn't be anywhere else for Christmas. John Barrowman's accent when he speaks with his family. No. Really, you watched Appleseed again? No? Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the work, and I wish I could have it out a bit quicker. I sometimes think that the people who support me on streams and Patreon and whatnot are probably, they've got to be the most patient people on the planet, haven't they? To be honest. Oh, yeah, here we go. We're going to need to switch to a new layer for this. Because the arm, the body stays the same, but the arm changes. Ah. So you can make filtrations live on stream. Yeah, it's another one of those things where I saw Appleseed. I saw the Appleseed anime when they released it on VHS in the UK, and I didn't really think much of it at the time because, I mean, it's not even a movie, it's an OVA, isn't it, I think? I don't think it was a theatrical release. But yeah, I mean, it's nice though. It's nice. I would like to see it again. It's just that at the time I watched it, I've been watching, you know, really high budget stuff that manga video were releasing, like you know, Hokuto no Ken and Project Eiko and stuff like that. And in comparison, it looked kind of cheap. I mean, but of course it did. They're high budget movies, and this was an OVA. So I kind of dismissed it at the time. Did the same with Black Magic M66, and upon watching that again, it's an absolute masterpiece. It's just like a masterclass of animation. Oh, 3D Appleseed, what the hell? I'm telling you, being Masamune Shiro is suffering. Poor man. Just seeing all of his stuff constantly mishandled. No wonder he retreated to draw porn. That's the thing, isn't it, with 3D? 2D animation just ages gracefully. It only looks better with time, whereas it's the exact opposite with 3D. I mean, Toy Story 1 now, oof, it hasn't aged well. gonna light source is well, not the light source, but well, yeah, the light source. The way the shadows move is going to change when we get to here, so we'll deal with that when we get to it. Yeah, the Patlabor films are great. I don't like them as much as the TV series. I think they're a bit of a... I mean, they're Mamoru Oshii, aren't they? So, as you'd expect from Mamoru Oshii, they're kind of a joyless affair. They've got occasional bit of comedy, but it's mostly super serious, no fun loud with Oshii. And the TV series is just serious sometimes, but also kind of hilarious and a lot of fun. Just kind of really comfy slice of life fun. So they look great, but they're a little bit too bleak for me sometimes, those Patlabor movies. But I mean, yeah, damn, do they look good. The Vanillaware games, no. Oh yeah, the Starship Troopers 3D, yeah. What kind of games are we talking here? I remember when I was first streaming and I was constantly looking down and to the left at OBS here on the second monitor and watching and praying that it didn't drop frames. It was always so precarious, and now I've been streaming for an hour and a half, 0 drop frames, excellent connection, beautiful. For 2D animation in games, I don't know how it's held up, but I remember at the time I was absolutely floored. I was absolutely just astounded at how good it looked. Odin Sphere. Odin Sphere. Holy shit, that animation was good. Oh, that's Vanillaware. Right, there we go then. Yeah. That makes more sense now. They did the kind of RPG side-scrolling one with Big Booby Witch and Big Buff Fighter Guy in it, didn't they? I've totally forgotten the name, but I remember it looked really good, and I do need to play it at some time. Hello, hello! Oh, Record of Lodoss War, yeah. I think you'll be... Lodoss War is a very interesting watch because the story is super cliched now, but that's because it was an archetype. Like, there wasn't really that much RPG stuff at the time, anime-wise. And I mean, it's so very... It feels so generic now. Here's your party, you've got your elf, your dwarf, your knight, your magician, your healer. Like, you know. it feels like it's been done a million times now, but it was original at the time, is the thing. But, I mean, artwork-wise, it's ridiculous. It's just so good. The artwork on the faces is just absurdly detailed. Dragon's Crown, that was it. Yeah, good OST as well. Yeah, I am going to play it. I am going to play it. Is there a dragon with a crown in the game? Because I'm sick of false advertising. I need someone to confirm that there is a dragon's crown in the game. In Golden Axe, there is a golden axe. There is a golden axe in the game. Although, if you look at the Japanese title, it's just like Battle Axe. So, there never needed to be a golden axe in the first place. It's like Ninja Scroll, isn't it? There's no scroll in Ninja Scroll. There isn't a scroll in the film Ninja Scroll. But maybe that's because manga video just made up the UK title. It's what, Jubei Nimpo Cho or something. Obviously not as catchy a title, the Japanese original, but it doesn't mention anything about scrolls either. Everything is good at my end. It's a nice day here, but it is getting quite warm. It is getting quite warm up in this room. Yeah, there you go. Ninja Chronicle of Jubei. Yeah, the Mega Drive. I remember when it first came out, Golden Axe on the Mega Drive, and at the time it was the closest thing to an arcade perfect conversion. I mean, in retrospect, playing it now, it really is not in any way arcade perfect, and it has so much content cut out. Not because the Mega Drive couldn't do it, but because it was one of the first Mega Drive games, wasn't it? So they were just getting to grips with the hardware. But yeah, I remember that was one of the selling points in all the reviews I read of it. Like, this is just like having the arcade version in your home. It's you've never seen anything so faithful on a home console. The one on the Commodore has really nice music, and that's all. One enemy on screen at the same time. One enemy at a time. Like, what were they thinking? I know the Commodore could do better than that. I know it could. Indeed, I shall remember. I shall remember to hydrate. The summer's on the way, so yeah. Everyone in chat, remember to hydrate. Unless you're watching the stream from the Arctic, in which case hydrate anyway, but not as much. I think there was, yeah, I think there was. I think there was a Spectrum version. Oh yeah, Mackey's DeviantArt stuff was great. It was a simpler time, a more innocent time. when all of us hadn't been crushed down into depression by the depressingness of social media and the world. I do miss those DeviantArt days. It was cringy but fun. Indeed, yeah. Commodore was an interesting machine. Like, if someone who really knew what they were doing was programming for it, you could have absolute amazing results. But a lot of the time it was either you can have music or sound effects, and you get ready to load every single level for 10 minutes. Yeah, Maggie's a computer. She's an artificial intelligence who helps me with business and art stuff. I mean, it was very cheap though, tape cassette. The Commodore games were what, like £2? £2.99? Will I be doing the shadow cast from her arm, moving up her body in the stream? We will see. We will see. I may fix up this shadow a bit later on, but we'll just get it in. We'll get it in there for now. See how it goes. What do you think contributed to the downfall of DeviantArt? It's still around but doesn't seem to be as widely used or revered now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's probably like MySpace or something. People just move on to different things, don't they? I guess they just all post their artwork on Twitter or Tumblr or whatever now. I guess. I'm going to mist myself again because we're now at 29.8 degrees. I can live with 30 degrees, but When it starts getting up to mid-30s, I start to die. What a prima donna, misting myself on screen. Screen? On stream. When we get that camera working though, I will mist myself on screen. Then you'll all be sorry. Whereas I'm an artist and terrible at graphic design. Absolutely terrible at it. Terrible at logos and things. Terrible at arranging and placing them. Yeah, I need to get an AC, but you know, houses in the UK don't really have them. And I rent a room here, so I can't just go installing stuff without the housing agency approving it. I don't know if they'd like me installing an AC. I mean, I'm going to contact them about it, because in summer last year it was just unbearable. It's been getting hotter and hotter each summer. I'm sure everyone will be fine in chat. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. One of those hose ones, maybe. I mean, it'd probably be noisy though, wouldn't it? You'd probably be able to hear that on the mic as well. Oh, I've got a tower fan, yeah. I've got one, but it just blows the hot air at me. It doesn't cool it. I can open my window, but then wasps come in. And wasps, I don't know what I did, but wasps don't like me, and they never have. Don't know what my family did to the wasp kingdom back in antiquity, but they haven't forgotten. I've never been stung by a wasp, and I'll tell you why. Because all throughout my life, whenever a wasp appears in my vicinity, I run. I don't care where I am. I run, I do a tactical retreat. I don't understand how people can just stand there and like wave their arms at them dismissively. I run to the other side of the street. He bravely ran away. I was chickening out and buggering off. Yeah, that's mostly what they're here for, to ruin picnics, yeah. Oh. Yeah, but is it ever going to come out, Paprium? There's quite a lot of drama behind that, isn't there? Oh, it's out. It's actually out now, is it? I might take a look then. Yeah, I like bees. Bees never bother me, and they're just going about their business, pollinating stuff and doing good for the environment. But wasps just seem to enjoy being belligerent little bastards. I guess they're like the chavs of the insect world. I forgot to activate my mask, and I went outside the lines there. Oh, we're almost there. I've never tried that, and thanks for putting that in my head. Man Chad never answers you. No, not a fan of American chocolate. But I mean, that said, I had some cream eggs recently at Easter, and they tasted same as usual to me. Oh, a dentist visit. Yeah, I need to make a dentist appointment. Need to for ages. I mean, there's nothing wrong, I just need a checkup. My yearly checkup. Well, it's like a year and a half at this point. Colombian chocolate made with hot milk. I really like waiting until it's night time, because for some reason you have to do this when it's night, and then getting some cereals, getting a bowl of cereals, warming up milk in the pan, then putting hot milk on the cereals and eating it like that. Oh, here we go again. Like, Windows has decided that I need to update to a new version of Windows. Well, I'll tell you what you can do with your new version of Windows. It involves... Yeah, oh really? Updates are available? Thanks for telling me. Let's see how this looks. Do you ever think that maybe you put too much shading on something? But, yeah, maybe it is time to update to Windows 98. At least Windows 98 worked. Alright, we just put a little bit there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. I may have to learn. Well, I don't want to disable it. I just want it to not be popping up when I'm streaming. I do need to know when updates are out, but I just want it to be less obnoxious. I mean, I could, couldn't I? I'd have to... Oh, shit. It took a long time to scour the internet for those coffee ads, though. I mean, it might be worth it. It's the kind of waste of time that I would do, and then no one would notice. I think we can call that shaded, so now we have to put the colours on. We're coming up to 2 hours, so maybe another coffee break. When her arm is down by her side, there shouldn't be any shadow in front of her arm on her body. Hold on. So it's down by her side. There shouldn't be any shadow in front of her arm on her body unless there is a strong light source from behind her. So you mean like that? You mean we shouldn't have one there? Yeah, you're probably right. There's, technically there are 2 lights. There are 2 lights! There's one here and one on the other side of the door. But yeah, I mean, let's just have a quick look. Let's have a quick look at what it's like without. You can always undo, because TVPaint has like a billion undo states. as long as you set them up. So we'd also need to get rid of it there as well. Oh, all my work. All my hard work. Because sometimes, this is my excuse, sometimes you just go with what looks cool rather than what's technically correct. I have read Sandman, yes. I liked it. Back when I had time to read. Of course. Alright, let's have a look now. I mean, yeah, it looks alright. Looks alright. What I don't like is how the shadow moves. It needs to be there the whole time, I think. So if we turn that down a bit, make a new layer, turn it back up again, turn it back down again. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, it's better. It's less jarring now, isn't it? Yeah, we'll get rid of that guideline I just did now. Alright, so I think it's time for a coffee break. You know what though? I feel like there would definitely be, this third tone of shading would be there as well, wouldn't it? It would definitely be on the left hand side of this pouch, this Rob Liefeld pouch. Except this pouch actually has something in it. So we'll just pouch it up and then we'll Alright, here's what I'll do. I'll fade it out as it moves. I think there could be such a thing as too much shading, but I don't think we've reached that point yet. Technically you could do like 6 or 7 tone shading, but it would just start looking weird at that point. And you know, when you get to a certain point, it starts to just blend, the colours blend into one another, and you end up with what looks like airbrushing. Alright, how's that look? Oh, so that's something we missed. This shadow disappears. Can't have that. Used to draw light source icons. I do sometimes. Well, that's why my favourite Macross is Macross 7. Macross with rock music. You just gotta love that firebomber. Yeah, each shot I render out from TVPaint as an AVI, and then I'll composite all of them, all of the thousands of AVI files in Sony Vegas to create the final film. TVPaint's a pretty powerful piece of kit, but I don't think it could handle like 1,000,000 frames. I don't think it would handle 1,000,000 frames. Yeah, it takes ages. It takes ages. But it's also good because you stick everything into Sony Vegas, and because it's all in little chunks. Like if I then, let's say a month down the line, I come back to this shot and I'm like, oh shit, I missed a bit of shading here. I can just add that in, export it out, and it immediately goes into the new version, immediately gets picked up by Sony Vegas. So you don't have to re-render the entire film. You just, you know, if that makes sense. Because Sony Vegas is looking at a folder and going, that's where the file is located, so I'll always read that file. So as long as I make my changes in TVPaint and save the file with the same name, it will go straight into Sony Vegas, the updated one. Well, I've committed myself now, haven't I? I have to do this for... Oh no, actually, yeah, we can fade it out here. Alright. Not too bad, not too bad. Thought I was going to have to add this shadow for the rest of the animation, but no, we'll just kind of... That'll do. Yeah, Tony Vegas will be the protagonist of my mafia film about casinos in Vegas. They'll call him, I don't know, 5-tone Tony. Everyone else will be 3-tone shaded, but he'll always appear with like loads of shading. Everyone's very, like, everyone else finds it quite strange. Even in a room with very few light sources, he's always like, he looks like he's standing under really harsh lighting. What's going on there? Is there a gap? There is a gap. Not anymore, there isn't. Tony Vestman Vegas. Very art house. Alright, how about now? Are we done now? Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's do a coffee break and then I'll apply the colours. I have stretched. I shall see you back here when the shading continues.
A very special cup of coffee, a new standard in richness, a new standard in pureness, blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard, only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
You taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad.
You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served to me all week. Who's up for doubles?
Yeah! The best days are Nescafe days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞はでき…
私はあなたが好き。
Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folgers starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょう。
I've returned. What have I missed in chat? Yeah, 2 days ago I really did think it was just going to take a couple of hours. Guy with chainsaw. Hi, I just wanted to say very impressive work, very stylish, keep it up. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you're still here. Did I play Vanquish? I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it is. Right. So let's merge all of these layers. Okay, and then I'll duplicate this, and I'll talk out loud whilst I do every step, because that'll definitely help. Actually no, let's right, so we'll turn the shading off and just drop the colours in. Just drop the colours in. I'm going to need to bring my palette in for this, aren't I? Oh, I've already done it because I'm very clever apparently. Okay. So we're going to be using this palette. Erase half of that so I can see what I'm doing. So we're going to flat colour it, and then we will apply the shading using complex alchemical algorithms which I've developed over time. Oh, third-person shooter by Sega, really? It had a knee-sliding mechanic. That's going to be a character in my next film, a knee-sliding mechanic. He can fix any car, but he has to slide on his knee under it. Oh, I don't like the look at that. What happened there? I see. I see. Fine. Happy now. Oh no. Oh no, chat. There was a gap. It's gone now. Yes, go and enjoy your baked goods. And thank you. I'll probably still be here. It's nice and early. Let's just keep going. See what happens. Did I do that on? Of course I did. What an idiot. An absolute moron. So I put my shading on the base layer there. I mean, it's not a problem. We'll just get rid of it. Be gone. Oh, and again there, look. What a mess! What a mess. Just for a few frames though. My stupidity didn't haunt me for the entire animation. But yeah, that's one of the things with working with layers. You're always going to mess up like that. Like anyone who's ever used Photoshop knows the pain of, oh shit, I coloured on my lines layer. And you're always going to colour on your lines layer. It's always going to happen. What animation software does OtaKing use? This is TVPaint. Yeah, I can play the sequence back for you. It's going to look a little bit weird, only half coloured though, and with our palette flashing up for the first frame. Surprisingly few gaps. Surprisingly few. I mean, there's a pretty obvious one there. And how I got away with this, I don't know. Pouch moves too far forwards. Oh, it's too late to do anything about that. I'll be working on this shot forever. So if this was Disney, this would be us done really, wouldn't it? Just stick the flat color on and you don't worry about the shading. Add a few songs. Nah, I'm not having a go at Disney. I don't like their shading or lack thereof, but their animation is second to none, isn't it? Although, I still prefer the Road to El Dorado to anything that Disney did. They really are. Masks are so useful. No one cared who I was until I put on the mask. And in a global pandemic, it's very important to use animation masks. I do lock my lines layer. I haven't on this one because it's so far up the timeline that I'm not really going anywhere near it, just on my 3 layers. But yeah, if I was working right next to it, I would lock it. Is Owen Wilson in El Dorado? It's not the Cowboy Mouse one, no, it's that's Fievel Goes West, I think, American Tail. Oh yeah, they reuse a lot, Disney do, yeah. Quite a lot. Now I know what you may all be thinking, where does the tubing? Where does the wire, where does the cable go in that shot? Don't worry. It's on a separate layer up above. I'm on top of it, don't worry. Yep, that's all you need to know. El Dorado's the one with the Chell. No, I can see how you'd get Kenneth Branagh and Owen Wilson mixed up. That Branagh, he's so hot right now. I am indeed. Roger Rabbit it's one of those films where if you know even a little bit about animation, you watch it and just think, well, this must have been the hardest thing to make ever. Matching all the movements up with the live action actors and the live action camera movements, and oh shit. It would be easier now, I guess, because you could use 3D for perspective assistance and stuff. But yeah, they just had to eyeball it all, I think, back then. Cool World. I remember when I first watched it, when it came out, I thought, this is shit. But then you watch it again and it's still kind of shit. It's not that it's shit, it's just so confusing and just the direction's all over the place. But the animated bits are really well animated though, so yeah. It's not like you've totally wasted your time watching it. I think with a bit tighter direction it could have been quite good. Yeah, didn't Bob Hoskins go crazy for a bit? I remember reading at the time that having to, and I mean, holy shit, this shows how long ago it is, that he said that this was in like some Sunday magazine at the time. My grandma used to subscribe to these magazines and it would have like various interviews and things, and so on a Sunday I'd be like, oh, let's have a look what's in this, and yeah, there was a thing with Bob Hoskins about how he basically went kind of schizo and insane after making Roger Rabbit because he had to interact with characters that weren't there for so long, and now everything's green screen and everyone's interacting with things that aren't there, so I guess it's just just got used to it now, people. But supposedly he went absolutely nuts for a bit. I mean, I don't know how true it is. Alright, we got the skin tone on. So next, let's do this. Let's do this top. And I think. Let's see, shall we? Yeah. If I just turn lines off, I can probably save some time. Just do that. Maybe not that though. Well, seeing what's his name? I wanted to say Ian McDiarmid, but no, Gandalf in the terrible Lord of the Rings sequels, the Hobbit ones. Has anyone seen that screenshot and the interview he did? Where, well, he didn't really do an interview, but you know, leaked stuff from the set where he just totally lost it. He was like, this is not why I became an actor. He was just like crying and stuff, poor guy. Yeah, Ian McKellen, not Ian McDiarmid. Just sitting on a set, everything green, talking to people who aren't there. And you know, you look at the shot that they're talking about and you just think, why didn't they do like they did with Lord of the Rings and just have everybody there and use forced perspective? Just because everything's green screen now doesn't mean it has to be. Like, Lord of the Rings was so good because they used practical effects for most of the film. You know, it feels real because it is. You certainly didn't have any PlayStation cutscene like water rapids rides and stuff. But don't worry if you do like The Hobbit, because is it Amazon? The Amazon TV series they're making of Lord of the Rings will probably make that look like an absolute masterpiece. You know, people didn't like the Star Wars prequels until the sequels came out and made them look like a masterpiece, and now I'm like, well, shit, come back, George, all is forgiven. I love the Phantom Menace now. I love it. I am the Senate. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much, because obviously Peter Jackson was a really, really good filmmaker, a really good director, and we've seen what he can do with no budget at all with Bad Taste, which is one of my favourite films. So I wonder if he just suddenly became shit, or if there was just so much studio interference saying, look, we've got to have this out now, we've got to have this out now. You don't have the time you had for Lord of the Rings. Hurry the fuck up, Jackson. Hurry the fuck up, Jackson. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. What is going on here? Something's going on, but... Anyway, sorry, I was ranting so much that I messed a couple of bits up. Yeah, agreed. Built by suits in the boardroom. Yeah. Yeah, studios ruin everything, it seems. This is just some of the crazy shit that goes on when making films. You can have all the passion in the world, and oh shit, I'm finally working on this story that I always wanted to do. It's The Hobbit. It's one of my favourite books. Oh shit. Now everything's fucked up, and these 100 different factors have conspired to mean that we just had to totally compromise our vision and make this kind of thing that nobody really liked that much. I mean, I think if it had been made on its own, it would probably, people would have been a lot kinder to it, but the fact that it came on the back of like one of the best movie trilogies, it was going to be a hard act to follow. Even the source material did not in any way call for 3 movies, but you know, money, I guess. Here's my idea for a TV series, a live action TV series. Hewlett Packard Phillips, Hewlett Packard Lovecraft, HP, good old Howard Lovecraft gets transported into the modern day, where he learns that, contrary to as he expected, his work is actually loved and adored by horror fans, and he's like pioneered a new genre and all that. So that's great, and he's loving that. But unfortunately, there are minorities and people, black people everywhere. And he has to, like, the story is, can he overcome his crippling like 18th century attitudes and integrate into society today? Or is he just gonna literally go mad like the characters in his stories from looking into the abyss? You know, does he get sucked into like the culture war stuff? Is he just spending all his time on YouTube? What happens to our intrepid protagonist, Lovecraft? Skin issue on plate on the left hand side. Okay, I'll catch it when we get over there. Thanks. Yeah, he's on the TV board on 4chan all the time. Well, I think his cat wouldn't come with him because that would cause too many problems. At least people will remember him for his quality electric cars. Just like, remember that guy, Tolkien, I think he was the scriptwriter for Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Has an exciting flair to it, thank you. Feel free to spread it far and wide. Yeah, I'm trying to make it look as much like mid-90s, early 90s anime OVA as possible. This is kind of the boring to watch part, where I'm just dropping in the flat colours. With the shading on, it should look way more interesting. Hawk the Slayer, of course. Hawk the Slayer is one of those movies I feel where, like, I watched it as a very young kid, and you know, when you're a kid, you don't, your brain can't really comprehend special effects. You can see some really bad special effects and you don't know they're bad because you're like a really young child. So I remembered some parts for years and years. In my mind, Hawk the Slayer was this incredibly like epic high-budget sword and sorcery movie with like some really scary bits in it. And then I watched it later on in life and I was like, oh okay. It didn't it didn't live up to what my 7-year-old self saw, I guess. But if it was like that 7-year-old's version in my brain, I'm telling you, it would be an absolute masterpiece, and I think they could have made it that, just with a bit more money, a little bit more money. It could have been up there with Conan the Barbarian. You got like this undead necromancer guy floating around. Jack Palance is in it. I guess he really needed the money at the time. It's like what is it, Robert De Niro? He's taking any role now, like any role at all that someone will offer him, he'll take, because his divorce was so expensive. Didn't Robert De Niro play like a 19-year-old recently? Am I hearing this wrong? Because that sounds too stupid even for Hollywood. But I think he did. Yeah. I heard they were trying to do Hawk the Hunter, weren't they? But it didn't. I guess it didn't work out. Steamboy was good, but the trouble is, when all the advertising and everything you hear about it is, it's from the team who did Akira. It's going to be the next Akira. Get ready. Get your body ready. It's going to be the next Akira, and I'm so hyped for it. And then it comes out and it's not the next Akira at all. But it's pretty good though. I mean, it was a kind of nice feeling watching something set in England where they've clearly done their research, and the English countryside and the towns and everything really do just feel like they actually do here. I guess it's like if you're an American and you watch Gunsmith Cats, and you must really appreciate how, you know, the anime crew just like went to Chicago and did like shitloads of research to make it as accurate as they could visually. Because normally it's just like, hey look, Here's American Town with blonde guy in it, and he's an American. So yeah, it's always nice when they go the extra mile. De-aged in The Irishman. So was it like 19 years old or something, or was it just like way older than that, but still not convincing? I wouldn't have time though to do an animated Hawk the Hunter, because I'm the only guy working on this, so it's going to take another half a year just to finish this film, and then I've got my big mech project after that, like the actual big thing that I've been working up to. So yeah, unfortunately. Oh right, visited Wales in prep for Lapita. Yeah, you're never gonna change things the way that Akira did. You're never gonna live up to it, I don't think. Oh yeah, I liked Yukikaze actually. You'd think that I wouldn't. Like, most people think that I just hate all 3D stuff, but I liked Yukikaze. I liked Blue Submarine #6 as well. Obviously, the CG kind of looks like shit. It's aged quite badly now, but I liked it. I liked it. And in the early, well, in like the mid days of the Sega Saturn, when the company Gonzo first appeared and started doing Saturn and PlayStation cutscenes using 3D, like 3D integrated with 2D, I remember being amazed by it and thinking, this is incredible. This could be the future. So I wasn't just born hating 3D, I just don't like it when it replaces things that could and have traditionally been done not just perfectly well, but exceptionally well in 2D. I don't like that all cars in anime are 3D now. I know it's faster, but yeah, I don't know. That's just me. Vandred, yeah, Vandred. Nah, I never watched Beast Wars. Now that, even at the time, I was like, this CG is dog shit, and why is Optimus Prime a monkey? No, you know, after the fact, all these years later, I hear from Transformers fans that it was actually one of the best Transformers, supposedly. But it looked so ugly to me, and I just wasn't interested in them turning into monkeys and stuff. Not being racist against monkeys. Why does Megatron have a... I mean, I get it wasn't the Megatron, but, you know, why does Megatron have a British accent now? If it's not Frank Welker, I'm not interested. Do you think the people who knew how to draw a car just disappeared? I mean, it's funny you mentioned that, because it is an issue. I remember a few years ago, where did I hear this? Like, a lot of what I say is probably just bullshit. I could just be making stuff up, but I swear I heard this somewhere. Maybe it was like Miyazaki or someone was doing an interview talking about this, that back in the 80s, like, if you were doing a movie or an OVA or whatever, and you had a scene that required a car chase, you know, like in Castle of Cagliostro, which has one of the best car chases in anime history. Like, if you're doing a car chase, you would just hire the specialist car animators from the anime industry who were just incredibly good at drawing and animating cars. Or, you know, if you're doing like a fantasy epic, you need like the specialist horse animating people who are really good at doing horses. But now that everything's CG, like, you know, they're no longer in demand, and they're old and they died off or whatever, and no one's replacing them. So there aren't any, this is your you know, get me the car specialist on the phone. Well, he doesn't exist anymore, really. So it's not just the fact that they got old and died, but nobody was there to replace them because, well, we'll just 3D it. You want new Macross? Well, we'll just 3D the Valkyries. You don't need a plane specialist who's really good at doing aerodynamic dogfights. So that could be bullshit, but I believe it. Indeed, I like that they were reversed, like that in Dungeons and Dragons, that Peter Cullen was the bad guy for once. And obviously Frank Welker doing his I can do hundreds of animal impressions. Exactly, yeah, like Macross Plus is the absolute peak of plane animation. Absolute peak, will never be topped. And I mean, you know, the fact that the planes sometimes turn into robots is just icing on the cake for me. For me! Yeah, I think Mecha will definitely have the same problem. That they'll just be 3Ding Mecha completely soon, and you know, people like Obari will eventually die, and there'll be no one to replace them because, you know, just 3D it. But that doesn't mean that it has to always be that way. I mean, when everyone who knows how to animate a horse in Japan is dead, maybe someone will be born and they'll just be like a huge fan of watching those old animes, and they'll get into animating a horse, and they'll become the new horse specialist animator or whatever. So yeah, it doesn't have to be the end. Things aren't gone for good sometimes. The 4 Appleseed movies. There's only one Appleseed movie, and it's the anime one. The 3D ones don't exist. You know how to animate a horse. I see. I mean, that I think will always be in demand, so you'll be okay. The Last Ninja, probably. Not right now. We're on the David Whittaker medley. You can't be bothered to zoom in and there's a gap. Just gap closer it. This here, gap closer. Screw every other technological advancement. Like, this has been the greatest technological advancement in the history of mankind, I swear. Gap closer. For anyone whose colours have spelled outside the lines, one time too many, gap closer. Through disgust, we're losing hope. Several crew members walked off into the wilderness and haven't been seen again. And we've taken to eating the in-betweeners. Yeah. I wish Shiro had kept going with Appleseed, but it was all destroyed, wasn't it? Like, so much of his work was destroyed. It's, like, obviously not to that extent, but similar things have happened to me. There was, I was animating a skyscraper exploding and falling over once. And it took me about 2 weeks. And the file got corrupted. This wasn't TVPaint, this was years before TVPaint. The file got corrupted and could not be recovered, so I'd lost 2 weeks of work. And I mean, 2 weeks is bad enough, but just the thought of going back and redoing, because it was a really intricate shot is the thing. It was like really super intricate. And just the thought of it made me feel sick, going back and doing that again. So, I mean, losing months and months and months of manga pages like Shiro did, I can definitely see why he just did not have the heart to do it. Oh yeah, what was it called? Shit, what was it called? The one with that's basically just keyframes and no in-betweens. I think Kenny Lauderdale did a video on it. No, like I was talking a few streams back about auto in-betweening software, like interpolation, and it's good for, like, so for stuff, if you look at the body here, it's not moving very much, so it could definitely do that, but it could not do this hand movement from there to there. Like, that would just be a blur, and from there to there, that's too big a move, that would just be a blur as well. It just couldn't interpolate. So it's useful for some things, but it gets to be a point where it's actually, you're spending so much time fixing up blurry lines that it would have actually maybe been quicker and less complicated just to do it yourself. But yeah, I'm experimenting with what's it called? The Dane app. And I think if I keep going and really kind of refine what I can use it with, I think it could be useful. It might speed me up a bit. Yeah. Twinkle Nora Rock Me, there you go. Yeah, Shiro lost a bunch of Appleseed either in the flood or an earthquake. I can't remember which one. What's the name of the French animated movie about time travel and the big brain that has an army of metal men? It starts with a G. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, it does start with a G. Did I did, didn't I? I coloured the pouches the wrong colour. They're supposed to be this one. You see, this is why, if there's anything that requires even the slightest amount of brain power, you should not do it whilst streaming. Because talking is just going to mess it up. But it's alright. It's alright. We can live with it. It was the earthquake, okay. Yeah, it's pretty much true. More in-betweens, the the more fluid the animation is, and the animating on ones, which is about as high as you do, is 24 frames per second. Like, no one really goes above that, because you wouldn't really, your eyes wouldn't be able to tell, and it would be diminishing returns at that point. And it looks really, really weird. Like if you've seen on YouTube where people have taken clips of anime or Disney movies or whatever and just like ran them through interpolation software to get them up to 60 frames per second, it just looks bizarre. It looks so smooth that it doesn't even look like 2D animation anymore. So, you know, it's like anything, there's such a thing as too smooth. For video games there isn't, like, you know, give me all the frame rate you can when I'm playing a game. But for animation, like deliberately limiting is a good idea. Gandar, there you go. Alright, have fun at work. I'll see you again. Actually, if I turn the lines off, I can probably do this a lot quicker. There we go. You got banned from a chat for asking about a Black Lives Matter founder. I mean, it's not exactly taboo, but I generally say let's not talk about politics because it's an animation stream and nothing makes people madder than politics. Nothing will derail the conversation quicker than talking about political stuff. So yeah, probably best to avoid. I like it to be a place where people can just come and talk about cool animation stuff that they like, regardless of whoever they voted for or whatever. Here's some RoboCop. No. There is no break. There are never any breaks. Well, there are coffee breaks. Ooh, what the hell? I mean, that is a fast derail, isn't it? Yeah. Side of the bag might be green blue still. I'll catch it. When it comes around again. It's like sometimes colouring things like this is like being at baggage claim at an airport. You just have to wait until you go back to frame 1. Oh, I love the HD treatment. I love the HD treatment. I love seeing the film grain. Give me all the grain. Speaking of which, hold on. Toy! Look! Oh, hang on, no, I already showed you Toy, didn't I? Toy's getting a Blu-ray release. I've never seen these things at such crisp quality. This is shocking to me. I never thought that a niche OVA like Toy would get a Blu-ray release. They're remastering it completely from 33mm film, supposedly. So, Toy! I'm excited. Right, I turned the lines off. That's probably going to make this a bit quicker. Shall I just leave the lines off and we'll just have it animate like this and call it experimental? That's why Tank Police is the best Shiro anime. I think it is. I think it is. I actually think it is. I think it's the most accurate anime to one of his manga that has ever been made. Even though it doesn't follow the manga, it's like a prequel to it. It follows the spirit and the tone of the show so much. The art style is just a one-to-one conversion of Shiro's character design style. Yeah, I love Tank Police. New Dominion was alright as well. I wish it had... I wish it... because the art style did change a bit. I wish it had stayed more like the original. But yeah, still good. M66 is very good. I mean, it's nothing like the manga it's based on at all. But yeah, it's good. An interesting take, but not a wrong one. Oh yeah, Masami Obari. Masami Obari is fantastic. A lot of people don't like the way he draws people, but you certainly can't complain about the way he draws mechs. Alright. What next? Let me just check something. Let me just check something here. Is it scene 4? Yes, it is. It's scene 4. Right, so I was just checking what colour the back of the pouch was. And yep, it's the same colour as the belt, alright. Alright. There's a new G-Reco film coming out, really? Really? I watched all of it recently. And it was okay. I mean, it's Tomino, so quite confusing at points. Because his directing style is it's always seemed a bit off to me. And a lot of his dialogue has seemed a little bit off to me. But yeah, on the whole, it was good. It was good. Right. It's a compilation film. You see, that's a problem when you accidentally hit black or one of the lines and it fills your lines rather than the area you want to fill. Oof. And it's very easy to miss and causes big problems down the line. Down the line! Oh shit. Yeah, I think a Panzer Dragoon anime with that Mobius style, so get the team behind Dragon's Heaven to do it, because that's the most Mobius anime I've ever seen, Dragon's Heaven. Really nice little, I think 2-part OVA, if anyone hasn't seen it. It's got a really nice style to it, if you like Mobius. Yeah, we got a Dragon's Heaven fan in chat here. Good. Yeah, I didn't know what to expect from it. It was just a random OVA that popped up. And I watched it and I was like, oh, this looks really nice actually. Well, anime-wise, Street Fighter 2 definitely. I thought the animation for the Zero/Alpha adaptations, the artwork I didn't like at all, really. It's in that cursed period, it's in that cursed anime period where they've just switched to digital and no one knows how to use it properly, and so everything looks grey and washed out. It's in the grey years. Because all the stuff I like has very vibrant colours, and suddenly, and hopefully none of you remember this because it wasn't a pleasant time, but suddenly everything was grey, like super grey. It's like that period in gaming when everything was brown and had chest high walls. When everything was Gears of War, and anime went a similar way, except everything was grey. And I remember, you know, looking at all the anime forums and stuff at the time and saying, does nobody else notice that anime doesn't have colour anymore? What's going on? And like all the fanboys who'd just gotten into anime were like, no, it looks really good, it looks fantastic, this is what real life looks like, that 80s shit, that looks too cartoony with like the vibrant colours and stuff. Real life doesn't look like that, real life looks more grey. And I remember thinking, well, if you want real life, go watch a live action movie. And also, actually yes, when I go outside I see colours, you know, everything isn't grey outside, even in England. Even in England, stuff isn't completely grey outside. If someone's wearing a red t-shirt, it's red. It's not a washed out grey. And that's my rant on the early 2000s anime period. California Crisis, now there's an anime I wish they'd done more parts of, because I really enjoyed that. How did I learn to draw? I don't know if I did. Verdict is still out on that. Mostly by just copying anime that I liked. So I never did any of the proper stuff that you're supposed to. You know, how many heads tall your characters are meant to be, and studying anatomy and reading the anatomy books that all the animators and artists are supposed to read. Ninja Scroll, definitely. Yeah, I'm definitely happiest with the original Ghost in the Shell manga. I don't think any of the adaptations, animated or otherwise, have gotten the feel of the manga right. Yeah, it seems to be a digital thing. Everyone was desaturated at the time. I mean, at least now we got colour back, so that's nice. Yeah, Oshi didn't, he did Beautiful Dreamer, didn't he? He did some Lum movies, I think, so he can do comedy. He just, obviously, maybe he was depressed at the time and just thinking about beagles, I don't know. Existential navel gazing and dogs. Dark Side of the Moon. What is Dark Side of the... What, the album? Indeed. This is what we had. We had our Mario knockoffs, the Great Gianna Sisters. You couldn't get Mario Brothers on any of the 8-bit home computers, so we had the Great Gianna Sisters instead until Nintendo hit them with a copyright slapdown. And it was pulled from the shelves, but the ones that were sold were still out there. A legally distinct duo. That shouldn't be. That's the thing that should not be that colour. We got rid of it. It's okay now. The evil is banished. Ah, yeah, when you get into a colouring rhythm like this. In the zone. In the zone. Oh, look at me go. Ah, it's like the scene in Aliens with the knife. Oh, I see. Yeah, we'll do this on a layer underneath. That'll be easier. Until this hand gets out of the way. Oh, I love the London episode where he releases fog to confuse the battlefield. The London fog. It's just like really being there. Yep, G Gundam bringing all the nations of the world together in friendship. People don't like stereotypes, do they? Like they have a real like, oh, this is stereotype. I love stereotypes. I love it when people stereotype like the British. Whenever they ask me about it, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how England is. They did their research and they got it totally right. I find it, I don't know, I guess I find it kind of flattering. I mean, it can be. I guess it can be. I do have a license for being British. That's true, I did. I'll steer away. Or as they say in anime, Kai-hee! And you see the anime ship slide to the left as the lasers go past it. Oh, yeah, that was Fairlight, the one before. And now we're on the Golden Axe High Score. Scoreen? I'll tell you what we haven't had. Because this list is playing completely at random and there's many hours. Oh shit. There's many hours in here. And so we haven't had it in quite a few streams. I think we're going to have to pull it up. Are you ready? Now this is music. Yeah, Pumpkin Man by a mile. I've got an idea. You ready for this idea? I'll select all of these frames. Go to Color Replacer. And replace that with the actual colour that we want. And just apply it to all of them. I'm a genius. And I think that's the colours incorrectly, apart from that one bit there. I think they did for certain shots, yeah. Most lighting effect was just airbrush though. TV series for me, Kenshin wise. Actually, what colour is the belt? Oh, the belt is this blue colour. I hope you enjoyed that. I certainly did. Should we do a coffee break? I think we should. I'm going to need to turn a light on. It's getting very dark in here. I'm not sure, chat. I'm not sure why I'm narrating every aspect of my life to you. Maybe I just trust you. Who knows? I feel like we've known each other for years. I feel like every time I fill an area and the colour spills, that you feel a visceral stab of pain whenever you see that, because of your deep connection with me. It has. These hours go by quite fast. Oh shit. Whenever I look at chat, my hand hovers over the tablet and descends and starts filling things without me noticing. I will yeah, I'll use it to improve. We must hold the line. Alright, I'll just fill this and then we'll do another coffee break, I think. This is Stormlord, which had, I think, some digitized speech saying Stormlord in it. There's some information for you. There you go. What happened there? You know how the painted rolling effect is achieved? Which one's that? I tell you what blew my mind. So when you would you'd be watching an anime. For me, it was Dirty Pair Flash. It was okay. Autosave. It was Dirty Pair Flash in particular for me, and the logo was on the screen. It's like Dirty Pair, like that, and then it lit up, and I was like, well, how did they do that? And it's quite easy. It's quite easy. I'll show you how. You can do lightsaber effects with it as well. You get your airbrush, you turn it so it's not on erase, and you turn it up a bit more than that. You turn the power down. There you go. That's how you do glow effects in anime, and for the longest time I had no idea how they did it. And I remember I had the video on in an art class, and a bunch of us were talking about it, like, how do they do that lighting effect? How do they make letters glow on film? And yeah, it's just airbrush. It's simple. Everyone knows it now because, you know, Photoshop is widely available, but at the time I thought they must use a special paint or something. A special paint, a magical paint that glows when you film it. That's what I thought. And yeah, like always, the truth is actually way more lo-fi than that. The speed lines paint effect. Oh, like Tekkaman, yeah. No, I see what you mean. For me, it's always Hokuto no Ken that I think of. Yeah, you just do like a 6 or 7 frame loop. Just have that behind your character while they're doing their power up or whatever. Tekkaman Blade has some fantastic transformations. Tekkaman Blade is really bizarre to watch. Like, some scenes have literally no shading, and then it'll cut to another character who's standing in the same room and they have like 5-tone shading. Some episodes have no shading for the whole episode, and then the next episode will be movie quality. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. But when it looks good, it looks really, really good. I watched the Starship Troopers anime series just last month, I think, and yeah, it was interesting. It's interesting. I won't say it's amazing, but it was definitely interesting seeing a Japanese take on a novel adaptation, a Western novel adaptation. I mean, it's got the mechs in it, which is nice, but I mean, I just really like the Verhoeven movie. Five-Tone Tony is in Tekkaman Blade, yeah. It has some of my favourite powered armour designs in it as well. There's so many good ones in Tekkaman Blade. I mean, the first bad guy that shows up, who's Tekkaman Dagger, I think. Like, his armour looks really good. And they all do, actually. I think all of them do. Tekkaman Blade looks good. Tekkaman Evil looks really, really good. He's even got those, like, spiky Dio shoes. Yeah, I remember the last couple of episodes of Blade having, like, a big fight sequence that just looks movie quality. At least that's what I remember. Alright, we got our flat colours in. Here's our layer for this cable here. Let me just make sure that it's... yeah, because it's lost its... I don't know what I did, but it's lost its colour here. So we'll just fix that, and then we'll do a coffee break. Not sure what happened here. Something did, though. I can tell you that much. I'm colouring with a big, thick brush because I just don't give a shit. What an absolute Chad. Have you ever seen such a thing? Alright, it's fixed. That was relatively painless, wasn't it? Except for the fact that I forgot to fill that bit. Alright. I'm going to snap my fingers at you. And I think it's time for another coffee break. Haven't seen Agent Ica, but I remember seeing adverts for it and thinking I need to watch that, and then I never got around to it. So maybe I will. Yes, a lot of progress in 40 minutes. I liked Moldiver. I like Moldiver a lot. I need to watch that again as well, because I've never seen it in Japanese. I had it on VHS with the English dub when it came out over here, and I watched that a bunch of times. But yeah, I've never seen it in Japanese. Just have a look through chat here. Alright, yeah. It's coffee break time, so I will see you back here in, I don't know, about 2 minutes? 2 or 3 minutes. When our program continues.
A very special cup of coffee. A new standard in richness. A new standard in pureness. Blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard. Only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad. You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served to me all week. Who's up for doubles?
The best days on Nescafe Days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞はでき…
私はあなたが好き。Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folger's starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folger's in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folger's in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょうかね。美味しいコーヒーができましたよ。
I only showed you that to remind you you desperately need your fix.
男の温度が上がった。飲んで飲んでまた飲みたい。缶入りコーヒーウエスト。
Go West.
いつもそばにいてね。
ボス、私のそばにいてね。ボス、決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Boss, いつもそばにいてね。Boss, 私のそばにいてね。Boss, 決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
A very special cup of coffee, a new standard in richness, a new standard in pureness, blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard, only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee, coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. Coffee.
I'm back. With coffee. Oh, you're talking about Photon, the Idiot Adventure. Yeah. I saw it recently. And not meaning this in a negative way, just in an interesting way. It's maybe the only anime I've seen with an autistic main character. I mean, he is. He clearly is, isn't he? But yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. I didn't even know until the end of this, like, set in the same universe as Tenchi or whatever. But yeah, no, I actually laughed out loud at a bunch of times. That Alright. So this cable... we can sort this out straight away. Color replacer. So we'll replace the base color with blue because that's what it is. And apply that. And then we replace that with this. You can see some issues creeping in. It's not perfectly happy with it. We're getting a bit of ghosting around the edges, which I'm not super happy about, but there's not we can do about it. That's as close as we can get. I'll have to manually fix that. Anyway, apply. So, I mean, you can easily fix that. You just go through and do that. But, oof, that's ugly. That's real ugly. So I think this is definitely one thing where Vector would probably be a lot better at this kind of thing. You could color replace and it wouldn't have that issue with the color difference between the two colors. You'd probably be able to color replace very easily, whereas I'm having some issues, as you can see, with the darker bits. Indeed, live on a Monday afternoon. Yeah, it was either this or just waste my day playing games. So I thought, no, I'll stream and get some work done. Maybe shoot the shit about films and old anime, perhaps. And we did, and we still are. Alright, so that's the cable done. It's looking okay. So now, what's this? Yeah, okay, that's the cable. I'll lock it. I'll lock both of them. And I'll lock the lines. What the hell? No room for mistakes. We don't have any masks turned on or anything? No. No. Alright, good then. Merge the layers. Right, so So, if we do something like that, that'll give the color replacer something to work with. Oh shit, I thought we'd gotten rid of that. I thought we'd gotten... Hold on a sec. I think I know what's happened here. How bizarre. Yeah, alright. Select all. Effects, color key. Key out the blue. If this looks complicated, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I mean, we could leave it at that, but it has that the thing I was moaning about earlier, where the shadows are grey and desaturated. Like, I don't... No, you couldn't just do that. So we need to replace it with our correct palette, which is this one here. Yeah. Nadia, Secret of Blue Water. I remember it being really good. I watched it, and it's one of those anime. It had it's got funny bits, it's got very sad bits. There were I showed it at the Anime Society when I was running the Anime Society in Sheffield. People were crying at some episodes. But yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good. It's well worth watching. My phone vibrated. What was that all about? Oh, it's Mackie saying hello to me. Excellent. All right, so here's the idea, and I'm gonna copy this layer in case it messes up. So I merge these two layers like so. Occasionally that happens. So we undo, try it again, merge. Now it's actually worked. And now I'll use color replacer to replace all the colors to their correct colors. So we'll start with the skin tone. We want that to be like so. Select all and apply. So then we want this to be that. Apply that, and yeah, it's instantaneous. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice when it works. When it gets to like darker colors, like the blues here, it might mess up a bit. But we'll do the shirt. Doesn't look any different, but it actually is. Alright, so now is when it's going to get a bit tricky maybe. So we want to replace that with that. It's not completely black. It's not completely black. Let's see if it can do it. And so then we want to replace the darkest tone here with completely black. So it looks like so. Has it worked? It has worked, but it's eating into the trousers. It's eating into the trousers is the problem. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just turn the tolerance down a bit. Replace that with... Hold on. Undo. Undo. Sorry if this is boring. Look, a fox in space is here. Hello! Good to see you too. How's your stuff going? Haven't seen any updates on the Discord recently. I'm pretty quiet on the Discord, but I am there. I am actually there. I think that's oh right, okay, nice. Very nice. All right, I think that's it. I think we got it. Now the only problem is having completely black shading. We've lost all definition of ass, which may be an issue. Like, I don't want to just get rid of the shading completely because I spent some time on that shading. Let me think. I can probably sort it out somehow. But yeah, at the moment we've lost all ass definition. Oh, it's tax time, isn't it? Yeah, I need to send my finances to my tax accountant, and she'll sort all that out for me. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'll leave it like this for the rest of the body, but just for that, I'll mask out the ass, and then just change the shading just for that, because you can turn it down, but I don't want to turn it down for the whole thing. I like it on the rest of the body, like so. Just out of interest, let's see how it's looking. I mean, it is nice seeing all the colours just automatically go on. Although there is always, of course, the question of there's so little difference between this tone of shading and this tone of shading. Was it actually worth me doing a third tone? I could have just done the whole thing and the second one, and no one would have noticed. Yeah, Hirano, I think he just used the second tone. I think he would have just used the second tone for all of this. This was just me not planning ahead enough. But yeah, all right. I'll maybe fix that off stream then. How long have we been going for? 4 hours. So normally I'd call it a day here. But yeah, let me just check my phone. This is very professional, checking your phone on stream. Yeah, I'm not sure that would work in an anime setting. Pay taxes, buy ham, fix the house. These are 3 very important things. Oh, you see? I look at chat and it just starts filling. It just starts filling areas. You know, I could go crazy and just start adding highlights as well, but we won't be bothering with that. Your shading's really good though. Like that corridor shot that you showed on Discord, that was fantastic. I was quite jealous and trying not to show it. We'll go for a bit longer, why not? So what I'll do is I will let's make a mask. Let's make a mask just on the area that we want to change that colour, and we'll do it in a nice green so we know what we're doing. How very 90s. She's wearing the 90s hot pants now. Anyone just joining the stream now was probably like, what the hell is he doing? What the hell is this guy doing? Why is he just like colouring part of a girl's ass green? I'm masking, alright? No one cared who I was until I put on the mask. Alright, so that's the area where we wanna fix up that shading. So here's my plan. I reverse mask it, select all of these, select all, yeah, delete everything apart from that bit. Oh, actually, excuse me, I'm a moron. So I duplicate this, bring this down here, turn it on, select all. It's reverse mask, so we delete everything apart from this part of ass here. Turn this one on underneath. Work. Now we delete the ass here, like so. So we've got no ass on this layer, we've only got ass on this layer, and then we turn down the ass on this layer, or something like that, you know? I mean, obviously I'll have to mess with the colours a little bit. Oh no, absolutely, yeah, like blinking. And it's the same with movies, isn't it? Like you can always pause a movie where someone's blinking and they look like they've got brain damage. And you just know animating something that someone's going to pause one of your animations like halfway through a blink and it looks like someone's hit them in the head. I don't know. Like every time. You know, I might just bite the bullet here and select all color replacer. I might just do it. Just replace it all with that and forget about that third shade. I mean, we still can't see anything. I'm not just being a perv here and saying I need to see my ass curves, but I put some effort into that, so we kind of need to see something, don't we? How about that? So what we're gonna have to do is go with that, and then and then I'll need to go back in and just using complete black, just do something like this. Maybe. Well, we're gonna need to do that. I think that's the only way. I think it's the only way. Look! Tanya's here. Yeah, this is early. I was, I mean, it's a hot one, isn't it? Hopefully it's not roasting over in Barnsley where you are. But, yeah, it's kind of hot here. And I thought, oh, I guess I'll stream. I guess I'll stream. And so we've run into this whole issue of how do we shade an ass? That's been the topic of the day. So I guess I'll just go in and shade an ass. This really is first world problems. But yeah, that colour replacer is pretty nice, as you can see. It's messed up quite a bit on these darker colours, but I'll fix that. I've got my methods. It's too close. The colours were too close. It was having trouble differentiating between this and this, and also, like, I mean, look at these two. It was having it was having an issue. Most of the time it works without a hitch, but yeah, sometimes you have to go in and just clean stuff up. There's probably a much cleaner and easier way that if I just looked up some YouTube videos, and maybe I'd find it. So I think I will do that after the stream. It sounds like you're living in paradise over there, Tanya. Do you want to go to Corp? It's not open, but do you want to go anyway? We could just sit outside and cry. I really need to go out headbanging. I have to. Put our masks on and sit outside and pretend that it's all happening. Hello. But yeah, I guess this does answer our question. Can you have too much shading? You can. And you can also put it in the wrong place like I did. And end up in a hell of your own creation. This suffering I brought on myself. Alright. See you later. Have an enjoyable bath. Bum Crack King? What the hell? That'll be my new name from now on. Ah. Can someone join this drawing page? I want to see if it loads. What drawing page is that, Abe? I don't animate on ones. So I've found that ones are kinda unfeasible for me because I'm working completely on my own, so it would take too long. But twos are a bit too choppy for me. So if ones are 24 frames per second and twos are 12 frames per second, I found that 16, 17, 18 frames per second is a pretty good. That's a pretty good in between. So for this one, I'm working on 18 frames per second, and it looks like this. So it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, like just post it in the chat, I guess. The drawing page. Oh, thank you. I'm glad it looks seamless. Do you do your own in-betweens or outsource? Yeah, it's just me, so I do them all myself. Oh, yeah, I can't see any link that you posted. Maybe, do you think YouTube just like automatically disables links or something? Can I... Maybe if I make you a mod, can you do it now? I mean, if they have done that, it's something fairly recent, I think. Because we definitely used to have links in chat, I think. An in-between is an in-between frame. So these are keyframes. And if you play them on their own, they're quite choppy. So in order to get that smooth, you would put one frame in between each of these. This is on 10 frames per second, so I'd put one frame between each one of these and then crank it up to 20 frames per second, and suddenly you've got a nice smooth animation. The more in betweens, the smoother your animation is. Have to allow links in chat. Well, 1 second. Let's have a look. Maybe if I go to edit, live chat, enable live chat, yes. Allow live chat to replay, yes. There's no slow mode, and it doesn't say anything at all. It doesn't say anything at all about links whatsoever. Yeah, I guess we'll have to look into that later then. That's kind of annoying. Yeah. Normally I would do like an eye blink on a head turn, but for this particular shot, like in context, she really needs to be keeping her eyes open because there's something nasty coming for her. So I'm thinking, like, my first instinct was have a blink when she turns her head, and if it, you know, when I get the rest of the shots in around it, if it still looks weird, then I will do. It's pretty easy to add a blink. Yeah, she's meant to be shocked. No, you can be a mod now. Since I know you. I know, presumably, that you've never killed anyone. Except in self-defense. You seem like a good egg. Alright, let's see. We're gonna have gaps, aren't we? Yeah, I am gonna want to fix that. Luckily it's only one frame. Yep, that's how it goes. Well, they're always changing, aren't they, YouTube? They've got, I guess they've got like a staff of people that they pay to change stuff. And they change stuff so it's running perfectly, but now they no longer need to be paid because they fixed everything, so they just, you know, endless feedback loop of just changing stuff because that's their job, to change stuff. That's my guess. It's so crazy, it just might be true. I cannot see where the gap is. If we maybe turn it down like that, that'll help us. Yeah, there's a lot of gaps. A lot of gaps. Do you know whose fault it is? It's my fault. It's the worst kind of fault, when you can't blame anyone else but yourself. I think that'll do on it. Seems alright. Seems okay. Let me just fix up that one frame here. I say one frame, but it's held for 3. I really made a real mess out of that, didn't it? I think this is because it was the this was the PNG reference frame that I brought in from Photoshop So maybe the colour profile was screwed in some way. That's a technical term for it. Never been a huge Motorhead fan. My brother is. My brother's always listening to Motorhead in the car. I always like Ozzy's version of Hellraiser more. Yeah, we can at least see the ass now. So it looks alright. Thanks, Drecky. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up to my lines. I'm going to copy the lines. I'm going to select all the lines. So if this messes up, I've got a copy of it underneath. So don't worry. And we're going to rough those lines up a bit. Not that much though. Maybe just that much. And a little bit less. And apply that. And hopefully it'll look a bit less digital now. I mean, you won't be able to tell from back here, but when you see it full screen in the film, hopefully... Thank you! I think I really nailed the mecha design in my animation. I guess it's all about what you take reference from and what you have open whilst you're working. Like I've always, on the left-hand side of my screen, I've always got like loads of my favourite mech stuff open, so I'm really just kind of taking homage from all the good stuff. I'm going to bring these lines up to the top and lock them, just in case. Get rid of that palette because we don't need it. Could you delete, please? Do you think you could? Thanks. Okay. Oh. We've got one problem up here. There we go. We could probably have just left stuff like that and no one would ever have noticed. If you've ever seen any of those old like compilation clips of G.I. Joe animation mistakes and Transformers animation mistakes, like you never knew at the time, you never noticed on TV. But yeah, the amount of like different the amount of times 3 star screams are on the screen at once because they just coloured them wrong. The pouch is moving too much, is it? Let me have a look. When she turns, it looks alright, doesn't it? Oh, you mean on the... Yeah, it's kind of sliding to the right of the belt a bit too much, isn't it? Now, bearing in mind that this will only be seen once, and it's what, like 2 seconds long, I'm pretty sure we can get away with it. Alright, farewell, Drecky. No, I don't mind. People take inspiration from whatever. I mean, as long as you credit. As long as you credit and don't just steal. Yeah, and I don't know why I'm yawning, because I got up fairly late today. Alright. that one's done. I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna call that done. I'll save that out later. So we could either call it a day here, or we could just say we've clearly gone too far. Let's go further and start coloring this one. We got to put these shades onto this whole thing here, and then later on in Sony Vegas I will purple screen the purple out and have a background scrolling by, because she's in this shot she's backing away. She's got her back pressed up against the wall and she's very slowly moving towards the door and backing out of the room along a wall, which is why it looks so weird. Chroma key, yeah. I'll purple key it out for about 2 days, yeah. That's very kind, thank you. And again, you know, I would have put some blinks in here, but something quite nasty's happening in this room and she really wants to keep her eyes on it. Can you tell that the helmet is a 3D element? If you can't, then I did my job well. This film is gonna be... It's gonna be, I think, 15 minutes. It's currently 12 minutes on the Sony Vegas timeline. Oh, no, it's at like 14 minutes at the moment. An exposed neck. No, it's there's like piping. There's like piping here. Fits into the thing like that. Wow, that is a lot of sandwiches. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Negligible enough. Well, we'll do a little bit. Let's do a little bit on this. We don't have to worry about changing light sources or anything. We can just pretty much shade it as is. What to start with? Maybe the easy stuff first. I don't know, tolerance to 30, I think. Oh yeah, those TIE Pilot helmets are they're really complex shapes to draw. I mean, not to draw one off if you're doing a picture, but to animate them consistently, it's quite a complex shape, so easier just to 3D model them. Crank it up a bit. I quite like this one. I have no idea what she's saying because I don't speak Italian. And often that's the best way when you hear a song with lyrics you like in a foreign language. When you know what they're saying, often it's like, it kind of ruins it. I mean, I could have traced helmets from film footage, but it's getting them in the right position, isn't it? Yeah. That's the way I think 3D should be. Like, if you watch Cowboy Bebop, it has some 3D in it, Like, they use 3D for like the textures on the planets rotating and for like the warp gates and stuff, but they never use 3D for the vehicles, for the characters, all of that stuff. Like, it's always for like special effects stuff they use 3D, and it works really well because it doesn't take over the animation. I need to put a bookmark here so I know where my reference frame is. So the reason I'm filling it a few times is so this gap expander can, fill expander can really get into the corners. Because things like this are really annoying to colour. It'll always leave like a little gap, and then that'll compound when we use the colour replacer technique later on. There'll be nothing there for it to replace because it's the wrong colour, because it's a gap. So it's best to be as thorough as you can when you're using colour replace stuff. But like I say, I could be using colour replacer wrong. There might be a way better way, so I will look into that. Someone in Korea just subscribed. Thanks. Wow. Sith since 81. That's a long time. Also subscribed. Hope that didn't make you jump, chat. It made me jump. We've reached that quiet part of the stream. Do you think there's a myth that anime is always expensive to make? I don't know. I mean, it's definitely going to be expensive to make. I mean, even just from a logistical standpoint, you need an office. You're going to have to hire an office out to put your animators in. Even if you only have like 5 animators, you're going to need machines for them to work on. So even just the initial outlay, I imagine, is going to be expensive. So I guess starting an animation studio isn't just something that you can do as a hobby, would be my guess. And you know, if you're like Sunrise or Madhouse or whatever, then you're probably going to have big team of background painters, in-betweeners, colorists. You know, everyone needs their salaries paying. It's going to be expensive. I guess. So, yeah, we're doing it very inexpensively compared to how much an actual, like, studio production would be. But I guess the downside is that obviously it takes ages because there's only 2 of us. But yeah, you definitely can do things that come out consistently, even if there's just 2 of you. It's just yeah, it takes a while. This main character design. So Maki did the face for this one, and then I kind of messed around with it a bit to simplify it a bit for animation. And I did the body and the clothes and everything. So I guess, yeah, I'd say it's 50-50. I'd say it was 50-50, yeah. No problem. Oh, there you go. Seems to be working now, that link. Wow, so much progress. I am definitely going to call it a night here though, because I'm actually getting hungry again. It's been almost 5 hours. Wow, that's quite depressing. Hungry after 5 hours. I did only have soup though, and soup. I'm starving after like an hour of eating soup. It's like there's no nutrition in it whatsoever. But yes, alright. Thank you all for joining me on this impromptu surprise stream. Feel free, if you haven't already, to take a look at the Patreon. It has a bunch of behind the scenes stuff. And yes, I'll say goodnight to you all. Cheerio. And see you next time.